These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for joining this week's episode 33. I'm Faz, and welcome to today's episode. Thanks for joining. Who have we got in? So far we've got Lee Swetnam in. Thanks for joining, mate. I appreciate that. Who else have we got in today? What we're vaping on? How's your week been? It has been an extremely busy week for me. This week I've just been rushed off my feet completely this week. Alex, thanks for joining. Appreciate it, my brother. I am looking at two screens, so forgive me if I veer off. So, sort of still on last week's setup. So I'm still using the mod and the tamp, but I'm not using the same coil. Now, I hope you can hear me as well, guys. Vaping Bick, how we doing, my brother? Thanks for joining. Not using the same coil as I did last week because I burnt my cotton, and then when I re-wicked it, it just tastes burnt. So I've got different coils on this. So I've got a 0.56 ohm dual Clapton coil in there, 3mm. 8 or 9 wraps on it. So who else have we got? Lisa, Simple Wheat, Van de Vape, Gemini, and Heisenberg. Sounds nice. That sounds good. Vaping Bick. How's everybody doing? I'm good. Vaping Bick, thanks for joining, my brother. Michael Mickey, thanks for joining. Alex Fenbert, still at work for the moment until... Right, okay, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining, guys. So I'll just quickly go through my little buffet that I've got. Obviously, last week's build. In that, I do have my G14 classified juice in there. Let's get that on. Which is a custard-based juice in there. And I'm still rocking the Faro on the homemade parallel. Same coil that I put in there, still running nice and strong. And flavour's great on it as well. That's why I haven't really switched up. I haven't put it down, to be fair. Sort of being my desk warrior, what I've been doing. And in that, I've got some Dark Star scones. And as you can see, I'm getting to the end of that. So I'll probably have to get some more of them. Raiden 220, full black. Turnstone RS. Hopefully I will be getting that, but next couple of months I'm going to be stockpiling for juice and stuff. So that might be another segment that I might start doing once I get some juice in and started mixing some juice. I'm trying to get ahead of UK's October laws that are coming in. So we'll see how that goes. And that's basically all I'm doing. All I'm vaping on today. Let me get that off. And that back on. And then, as you can see, I have mentioned in the past that I do want to start doing segments where, as well as me building a coil, I do want to do some professional coils. So I'm going to give a big shout out to Ian at Reggie's Coils, just there. And a big shout out to Aussie Vape, Aussie Cook as well. He helped make this happen. So Ian sent me some of his Reggie coils for me to try. So there's a few in there, so it depends on which one I use after I've done the build and everything. There is a coil poll in chat, so make sure you do your voting. At the moment, we're at, I think, 50% on the coils. So get your votes in. Let's hope it lopsides. Nightmare 25 and the Raiden 100 Darth Vader edition. Oh, sweet. Sweet. No, I won't be this week to the Vape Expo. Unfortunately, this month we have loads of, I think, 3 birthdays in the family, and one of them happens to be my wife on that weekend as well. So I won't be making it to Vape Expo. Don't know if it's going to be the last one or they're going to do another one. I don't know. If they do another one, I'll try and make the effort and come to a Vape Expo. But no, I won't be attending that this year. Vape and Bake. Right, so let's have a look at the thing. So we're still at 50-50. So let's crack open a drink, guys. So in last week, I did go beer shopping and buy a whole load of drinks to try. So if you follow my social media, you've probably seen some of the drinks. So today I'm going to try one of these, which is from Vault City. It's a cherry cola float, and it's a modern sour, 4.5%. So nothing too heavy, by Vault City. So that's nice and cold. It has been in the freezer. So yeah, that's what we're going to be drinking. Hope you guys are drinking on something, whether it's a soft drink, alcoholic drink, or even a warm drink. So let's go in for the pour. Try and get in camera so you can see the actual pour. So to be fair, straight off the bat, it just looks like I've poured a can of Coke in there. Just basically looks like a can of Coke in there. And I have spilt some on my bench. Nice one, Faz. So throw that away. So yeah, it just looks basically like I poured a can of Coke in there. So straight away you can smell it's a cola with some cherry, and you can't really smell any creamy notes from the ice cream float, but you can definitely smell a cherry cola in there. So I'm going to pair it with G14 classified juice because it's a custard based juice. So it'll probably go together with it. Probably won't, but I'll have a sip first just on its own just to see what it tastes like. Cheers, guys, everybody that's watching, hashtag replay crew. Cheers, guys. So yeah, Alex, it's like I've poured a can of Coca-Cola in there. So I'm just gonna have a sip. Cheers, guys. So straight off the bat, you do get that cherry taste. If you're in the UK, you probably understand what I mean. It's sort of like a cheap cola, like what you would get from Aldi or Lidl or something like that. There's definitely some cherry notes in there, but I can't really taste any creamy notes. Very easy to drink, just tastes just like pop, to be fair. All right, let's pair it with this one and see how it goes. Cheers. There is a bit of creamy notes, but there's not, for me, for what I'm tasting, there's not much of an ice cream in there. It's more of a cheap cherry Coke. Yeah, doesn't do much to the flavor of it. It just, like I said, it just tastes like a cheap cherry Coke to me, anyway. Or I'm just not pairing it with the correct juice. But I'm not getting no ice cream notes from the drink. I'm just getting like a cheap cherry pop. I'm just going to mute my mic just a second because I need to blow my nose. And I'm back. Jopin. Right. I've never heard that one. Is that one particularly for your country that you were in, Vaping Bit? Because I don't think I've heard that one unless it's marketed under a different name abroad. So thanks everybody that's in for joining. So that's the drink and everything sorted. So let's have a look. So At the moment, in front, it is the 5-core Stag 26 gauge and 36 gauge. That is currently in the lead. It's Dutch. Right. So like I say, the 4-core staggered 2636 is currently in the lead. So I'll give it another couple of minutes. So nothing special what I'm going to be building it on. I might get onto something a bit retro a bit later on, but the only thing that I'm thinking, especially for Reggie's coil, for one of the extra coils that he's put in is a right big 6mm coil. And the only RDA that I've got that will probably take that with a bit of finessing and everything is the turnstone, the OG 30mm turnstone, which is what I'm going to be putting in. But hopefully with this one now, I might get it in, depending on how big the legs are, I might get it in the Vortex, the Touring Vortex, but we'll see how that goes. Keeping there, yeah, that's still in lead. So what I'll do is while I'll leave that poll going for just a little bit longer, and we'll have a look at some of these Reggie's coils that I'm going to be using later on. So let me move you and swivel you around that way. There we are. And we'll just have a quick look at these. So like I say, Ian sent these on as well with Aussie Cook that normally joins. He might be here, just he's in the background. But he was mentioning him to me, Reggie's Coils, Ian. So if you don't follow him, there is a pinned comment in the chat. Go to his social media if you want. So he has sent me. Right, let me change this up a bit so you can see this a little bit better. So there we are. So he sent me some 3-core staggered fuse Claptons, 3 times 30 gauge, wrapped with 40 gauge, 2.5mm ID, 4 wraps, and between 0.3 and 0.37 single. Okay, so that's what's in there with that extra big coil, which I'll show you in a second. And then the second ones are some 5-core SFCs, so 5 times 28 wrapped in 36 gauge, 4mm ID, 4 wraps, 0.1 to 0.19 single coil. So, and that's that one. Yeah, definitely. So that's that. So let me get you in a bit closer again. So let's have a look at these. So these are the 3 cores that he sent me. So as you can see there, I have one big massive 6 core, which is 5 28s wrapped in 36, 4 wraps, and it's a big 6mm ID. Yeah, that is a very huge coil. Let me get you in there. So there we are. And that, like I say, diameter is very big. It's a 6mm coil diameter. And like I say, the only thing I can really put this in is the turnstone that'll fit in. I've already tested out the Vortex and it hits the top cap, so I can't put it in there. But yeah, that's one of them. That's the extra one. So there. So then we've got 2 of these. So these are tiny, like MTL staggered 3 cores, 330 gauge wrapped in. So look there, wrapped in 40 gauge. little ones there, and I've got 2 of them that are in there, also with some cotton in there as well. So let's have a look there. Don't want to damage these coils in any way. And like I say, big shout out to Ian for sending these over. And then these ones are the 5-core SFCs, 2836. And I've got a couple of them. 4mm. Let me zoom that in. So yeah, 4mm ID 4 wraps. Scan, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So I'll just pop that out there. And then, like I say, you also get a bit of cotton in there. And there's 2 of these. I appreciate you joining, Scan. Thanks for joining. And then we've got some of them as well. Really nice. 4mm ID, so some nice big coils. Beautiful. There we are. You're about to re-wick yourself. Yeah. What you re-wicking, Scan? So anyway, there are for the next section, or later on after I've done my build. So just checking up on the polls. So the 5-core 2636 are in the lead. I'll give that just another second. I'll just get this situated like that, and then I'll end the poll. So you can see me a lot better there. Make sure everything's all focused in like that. So I'm going to end the poll in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the winner of the poll was 26 gauge and 38 gauge staggered fuse Clapton. So you dead rabbit, yeah. I'm currently on the V1 RTA on the Saga Mini. So it looks like we're doing 26, 36 gauge staggered fuse Clapton, a 5-core one. Now, I haven't done any preparation. I normally do some preparation just so you're not watching me do, but because I didn't know which coil to be doing, I didn't want to have a bunch of prepared staggered in 26 and 28 gauge configuration. Yeah, not by choice, Vaping Bake. It's just so when I've got my wire and stuff, it's easier to see on camera. Because when I've just got my mat out, people can't see the wire and what I'm doing and stuff like that. So I've put something brown down just so there's not much of a glare from a mat. But yeah, and I don't know if it's going to be a situation with YouTube as well. You know what YouTube are like, because I'm showing boobs and stuff. But yeah, I've still got it. It's all right. I'm just, like I say, it's just easier to see the wire when I'm building. So I'm going to be using 26 gauge NI80 from Stealth Vape, what I always use, and 36 gauge NI80 from Stealth Vape again. So I need to be doing 5 cores of staggered is what I'm going to need to be doing. So it is going to take a little bit of time to do. So what I might do is I might do 2 long pieces and then cut them in half, and then do 1 small piece is what I might, which is what I'll probably do, just to get going. So let me get some tools. I'll need some pliers and I'll need some cutters for now. My binoculars just helps me see it a lot better. So if you just new and everything, you know, and your eyes aren't great like mine, they're definitely a good investment. So this one is the 26 gauge. So 26 gauge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull off 2 long pieces and I'll stagger them and then cut it in half, and then I'll do 1 short piece as well. I'm just trying to think now the best way to tackle this. So if I do about a 30 centimeter piece for each core, just to be on the safe side and stuff like that, and then cut them in half, and then 260 pieces, sorry, to cut in half. So I've got 4 30 centimeter pieces, and then I'll do 1 30 centimeter pieces as well. But I'll do that one just slightly long, because probably the middle wire I'll attach to my swivel, and then the rest that are around them will sort of be flapping. Well, not flapping, I'll put a straw around them just so they're not, but I won't be going fast anyway, I'll be going slow, which you will see very, very soon. So I'm just going to pull out a couple of pieces of wire. So NI80 is a very soft wire, so you should be able to just pull it straight off the spool, or pull it and straighten it straight on the spool. So I'm just going to hold it like that with my pliers and just give it a little tug, just so it feel a bit of release from it, and then you've got a nice straight piece. So I need roughly 30 centimeters, so I'll do 31 just so I've got extra for chuck and stuff. So I'll do 2. I'll get them all ready, my cores, so I'm not messing around. So 2 30 pieces and just slightly over a 30 centimeter piece. So again, just take the wire, it should be all right to stretch on the spool, just a little bit of resistance, and then you get a nice straight piece like that. And again, I will cut myself off 61, sorry, not 31, 61, just for chuck and stuff like that. And then my smaller piece, I'll do about 35, roughly about 35, 36 centimeters. Give it a little tug like that, that's perfect. You don't have to give it a big pull, you just want to feel a bit of release from the wire. So like I say, you don't want to like pull it and stretch it too much, otherwise then you mess up your gauge of your wire. So again, just roughly there is where I want it. So that's me third and final piece. So I'll just put that there because that's slightly small. Appreciate all you guys that are here. So, like I say, I like to have extra and stuff like that. So what I'm just going to quickly do here is with the 2 wires, I just want to stick an L in there. And that's just going to make it easy for mounting my wire for when I'm doing the staggered part. So in both wires, I'm just going to put an L on one side. This is for the chuck. So that's ready there. So I'm going to get set up with my drill and everything. So like I've said past couple of streams, if you've joined me before, you obviously know what I'm going to be using. If you're new or anything and you're just wondering what tools I'm using, just ask. But like I say, if you're people that join regularly, obviously you know what I'm using, what drill I'm using, swivels I'm using, and stuff like that. But if you forgot or just curious again, then just ask in the comments. That's not a problem. So let me get that back on there. So I'll get my drill set up and ready. So I'm just going to clamp that down just so it doesn't move. Going to open my chuck. So I'm using a flat chuck if you're wondering what I'm using. That's normal chuck. That's a flat chuck that I've got. It's good for multi-core builds. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one piece of my 26 gauge and I'm going to mount it into my flat chuck, hence the little L that I've put in there. It'll just make it easier to mount my wire for when I'm doing my staggered part. Now there is a center point where the wire will rest in, so just let it sit in the center point, or I'll let it sit in the center point, and then I'm going to lock that in nice and tight. So you're not, well, I don't think you're going to see this, but if I put you up here, you might. I think that's as high as I can get you, like that. No, I'm doing one build, Alex. So I'm doing my first build, and then the second one that I'm going to be doing will be of Reggie's coils, which I haven't made. They're professionally made coils, then. So I'm just doing one build myself, and then I'll be using Reggie's coils at the second part of this stream. So I'm slightly off camera here. So let me just swivel you over like that so you can see what I'm doing. So at this end, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm just going to stick an L in there. That's why I like to have extra wire for swivels and stuff. I'm going to mount that to my swivel. So this looks like a right long piece, and it is a long piece, but I don't want to be doing 5 separate pieces. So I'm going to do 3 pieces, 2 long, cut it in half, and then 1 short, and then I've got my 5 cores. So I'm just going to lock that in. So I want a bit of resistance, not a lot. I just want it extremely light, like that. I want to make sure that my swivels are turning, which they are. That is perfect, the way I want it to. That is perfect, just like that. So let me get started. So I'm going to need a piece of wire to obviously get the space in. So I'm using 36 gauge. So I'm going to need a piece of 36 gauge to obviously do my spacing. So let me get you here a bit, like that. So I'm going to be needing a piece of wire to obviously do my spacing and stuff. Now, I've noticed something, that my lighting is not right. Just let me do that. So guys, I've just changed the lighting. Which is better? Is it that one or that one? So this one that I've got on now is a white light, but I think it's a bit wish-washy. But this is what I normally use. There we are. I think I'll leave it with that actually, guys. I'll leave it like that. So there we are. So I've got my little L just there, which is what I want. Just like that. Let me get you focused a bit better, guys, so you can see what I'm doing. There we are, that's better. So I'm going to be obviously doing a staggered fuse Clapton. So I need a piece of wire to obviously create my stagger. So all I'm going to do is with my 36 gauge is I'm just going to pull 1 full turn off my spool and just cut that off there. So that's the piece that I'm going to use to create my staggered piece, just like that. So I'm just going to leave that there for now. I need to get my wire mounted obviously to my core wire just here and get it going a bit with a couple of rough staggers in there so I can put my spacing wire just in there. So with some tweezers. So this is not an alien or anything. Just do it in the direction you feel comfortable wrapping. So this build is all the same direction. So I like to wrap over the top. So everything is going to be over the top for me. If you like to do it underneath, do it all underneath. You don't have to change directions like you'd have to do with an alien coil. So let's get this mounted and I'll show you what I'm doing. So all I'm going to do is mount it like I would any other time to do a Clapton or to do a decor. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to wrap it on there. And the good thing about this, I like this chuck, is I can slam it straight to the end. So I'm just going to do a couple of wraps just to lock it in. There we are. Just to get that locked in. So there we are. So now that I've got that locked in, I'm just going to do a couple of roughly staggered just there. So I'm doing a couple of roughly staggered just there. So I want to just prop this wire up a second. So let me just prop this wire up a second just there. So I'm trying to just get you in so you can see this staggered bit just here. So you can understand what I'm saying. So there we are, guys. So as you can see, I've just done a quick Clapton to start off with, just to lock it in. Then I've done a couple of rough staggers just there. So with my spacing wire is what I'm going to be spacing it with. Now, you can wrap it around once, that's fine. I like to wrap it around twice or 3 times, just so I get that good spacing. The reason why I don't wrap it around one time is because it can jump if you go fast. At least if you lock it in 2 or 3 times, it'll stay in one place. And then I'm going to hang away from this wire once it's done. So let's get this all set up without messing up the camera. So all I want to do is get this wire in between that first wrap. So that's one. Sorry about the camera, guys. And I've got to be very, very careful here. So, looks like I've messed up there. Sorry guys, because my camera's right close, I've got it a bit wrong. So I want to get it in that second groove of the second loop, which I've done there, and then I'm just going to pull slightly. So as you can see there, I've got that in there. So I'm just going to give that just a little tug, just to straighten them out. And then here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a little twist, just to lock it in, because obviously I'm going to be hanging a weight from it to keep that in place. So I've done some loops there. So again, I'm just going to double loop it and then lock it in twice. Hopefully not messing up that. And that's just a bit of extra precaution just there. So once you've got that locked in, I'm just going to split this wire here like so, keeping plenty of weight from it on it, and then I'm just going to split. So this can be the fiddliest part, but the preparation is key. It's like ribbon wire. Preparation is important to get a good build. So I'm just going to pop that through there like that and hang it, giving it a little pull as well at the same time. Carefully get my wire that I've just locked in like that, making sure that's all nice and how it should be, which it is. So all I'm going to do now is I am going to start off my stagger just to make sure that I've got everything in place, and I don't want this swinging about. So I'm going to do a few wraps just to get it going. Now, you want to keep your wire at a 90-degree angle. You don't want to sway. You want those staggered nice and straight. It's important. So when it comes to the final wrap, getting them all together, it should all just fall into place nicely. So even if you can, so obviously you need a 90-degree angle. If you can, just a slight hair towards your drill, just to make sure that those wraps are nice and straight. So I'm just going to get that going. So as you can see, I've got some staggered going on just there. So once I get out of camera view, guys, I will zoom you out. So this is one of the reasons why I like to wrap it around twice. So if I want to, like I am now, I can go full speed. I can go full speed if I want to, and still get a nice consistent build. So like I say, I will get you out as far as I can, so you can see what I'm doing right the way up to my swivel. So you probably will see my head in there as well, but yeah, you'll see me go. So I won't go all the way to the end. I will leave a little gap there. I just want to leave a little bit of spare for runoff as well. So let me carry on. And then, like I'm doing here, I'm just having a quick look, making sure those staggered are nice and consistent, which they are, they're nice. And then it's just a matter of letting it rip then. And you will get a bit of spring back as well once you've cut it off. I mean, I'm not holding my spool too tight. I'm holding it tighter than I would if I were doing a decal for Alien. But I'm not holding it tight. I'm just holding it tight enough that I can get those wraps nice and consistent. And straight as well. You want those lines straight. You don't want them leaning to the left or anything, because then that's when you'll get inconsistencies with your final wrap. So I'm sorry if you can see my head or my goggles in there. I'm just keeping an eye on these spacings, making sure that they're nice and consistent, which they seem to be so far. Hopefully you can't hear my drill and my mic is doing what it should be. So I'm going to just stop there. Alex, is the thinner gauge more reactive? So what do you mean by more reactive, Alex? Do you mean more pliable, easier to work with? I don't get what you mean by more reactive. Do you mean like more springy or? So I'm going to cut that flush. I have got a little bit of a spring back in there, which is not a problem. I'm going to cut my spacing wire off. I can't really use that again, so I'll get rid of it. So I'm just going to have a quick look at all this spacing. So they don't look too bad. So it is a little bit tough on there. Have I got a bit of spring to it? So I need a little bit of spring to it. So just so it moves a little bit, I'm just going to grab hold of the end and just reverse it for about 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we are. And it just moves a little bit. That's what I want, a little bit of movement in. So when it comes to the final wrap, obviously I'm not going to have any issues. So let me just make a bit more space, because once I've cut this off and lay this down, you've got to be very delicate with it. You don't want to be interrupting that spacing in any way. So I'm just going to chop it off at the end. I'm going to release it from the chop. I'm not going to chop it this end. I'm going to leave it locked into that L just there. And then I'm just going to carefully slide it out and place it very carefully, just like that. First thing I'm going to do though is I'm just going to measure, or try and measure. So I've got about 53, 54 of staggered just there. So that is good. So I'm going to carefully just place it there. Not a problem, Alex. Okay, so if you're still here, Alex, it will heat up slower, the thinner gauge, than the thicker gauge. So the thicker gauge might ramp up a bit quicker, but with the amount of wraps that is on the staggered, it will take a bit more time, obviously, for it to heat up. Just slightly longer. Think of it as a road, and you're trying to pass water through it. Is probably the best way I can explain it. If that doesn't help, I will try and explain a bit more. So I'm just going to load up my second piece into my chuck like that. So I'm not going to get you close up or anything. You saw on the first one. I just want to get this going again. And get going, because I've got another small piece to do after this, and I don't want to be wasting too much time or making it too boring for you guys. So I'm hoping you're enjoying the content so far. If you are, don't forget to like. That does help out a lot, the channel. Helps out more than you think. So again, just going to lock that in. That is a bit too tight. So I've got a bit of resistance in there. Swivels are moving. That's good. Again, I'm going to get myself off a piece of wire and cut it. So again, I'm just going to mount the wire exactly the same as I did with the first core. I'm going to get it going, doing a little clap turn, do some loose staggers in there so I can get my stagger wire in there, and then just let it rip again, just like I did the first time. Wrapping all the same direction. You don't have to do an opposite direction to what you're wrapping in. You don't have to do it in a different direction to what you're wrapping in. You're just wrapping it in the direction you're comfortable doing. So I don't like to, so if you're thinking why am I not saying clockwise and anti-clockwise and all that, depending on where you've got your drill, left or right, will be different, will be the opposite way. So in between that first wrap, go round, second time, lock that in, pull tight, down, again pinch that, get these twisted up. So there's no rush, guys, take your time. It's one of those builds that if the preparation isn't good, just like working with ribbon wire, the rest of your build can mess up. So take your time. Preparation is key when building. If you make a mistake, who cares? We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. Professional coil builders make mistakes. And you will make mistakes as well. You just got to move on with it. Don't let it get you down. You know, just try again. Keep trying. Don't give up. So again, I'm just going to quickly split that wire just so I can get my weight in between that groove. Like that. Keeping it weighed down. Like that. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slowly reverse a bit. There we are. And then get going. Making sure that those wraps are nice and consistent. And then just let it go. So like I say, I'm just going to let it completely rip. Keeping my wire at a 90-degree angle or just slight hair towards the drill. So I'm just making sure that that's doing what it should be doing. always keep an eye on what you're doing and keep checking. Now something's telling me that I might. Yes, I have. Nice one, Faz. So I have messed up big time. So I thought it looked a bit weird. So I'm going to have to very carefully take this off, because there we are, just slightly. There we are. I just had to take off a little bit of wrap there because it had jumped a bit, because I don't know why, but it had jumped. Yeah, this hasn't done it right, guys. My preparation has been extremely sloppy. So I am going to have to take all this off because the spacing is different to when I started. And that's my sloppy preparation. And obviously I don't want to waste any of this wire. And just this is what can happen. Like I say, if you mess up, you mess up. There's nothing you can do. You just got to carry on and not mess up like I've just done now. So, shit. Yeah, that hasn't worked out, guys. So, you see how it can mess up for us that just do it all the time. So, if this happens to you, nothing you can do about it. Just carry on. Redo what you need to do. And just start again, guys. There's nothing you can do. I've been doing this for quite some time now, and as you can see, even the best of us can mess up. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to loosen my swivels, or the swivel part, I'm going to stick another L in this for mounting. Again, ready, and then I'm just going to start again, guys. Nothing I can do. Like I say, sloppy work on my part, and like I say, preparation is key. And obviously this isn't even a strong beer. So let's start again. So if you make a mistake like I have, don't panic, just start again. Don't give up. Just keep powering on through, because practice makes perfect. And this is definitely one that I've had on and off problems with. Being able to do it and then not being able to do it, and then being able to do it and not being able to do it. So it's just one of those things that can happen. And then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to tighten that off again. And hopefully this time it'll work a bit better. But I like it when this stuff happens, to be fair, because you might run into it and think, oh my God, what do I do? You know what I mean? So mistakes happen. You just got to carry on, recover from it the best you can. There's nothing else you can really do. It's just to recover from it and go from there, guys. So let me get mounted up again. Felix, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Oh, don't do this to me. So I'm having issues with my wire, as usual. So I'm just going to quickly mount my wire before I mess up anymore. There we are. Get that locked in, get that slammed up against there. Get a few Claptons done. Do a couple of loose ones just there. Perfect. So thanks for joining, Felix. I don't know if you've joined my live before, so I appreciate you joining. So I'm on my second attempt of this now. So again, I'm just going to get it in between the first and second wrap of that coil. Give it a nice little pull. Yeah, give it a nice little pull like that. Give the ends a twist, and hopefully this time it won't mess up on me. So just lock that in best you can. And then I'm just going to bring that wire in like that. Get my weight, or what I use as a weight, in there like that. Obviously pulling, giving some weight to it a bit just to get it started. And again, There we are. That's a lot better. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, I'm just checking just to make sure that, yeah, that's a lot better. And that wrap that's hanging is nice and flat. Jeff, how we doing? I appreciate you joining. Hope you're keeping well, brother. Scan. Let's just have a look at what you just said. The Daedalus scan are you on about? No, I'm not. Jeff, I'm not going to Expo this year. If there is another one next year, I will be going. We've got birthdays and my wife's birthday all through May, my wife's birthday being at the end of May and stuff like that. So I am way too busy to do that. So let's have a look. Yeah, it would have been. It would have been. It can be. I don't know. I think if you look pretty hard online, I think you might find them. But yeah, very like rocking horse shit to buy. And believe it or not, I have got two of these as well. I've got a brand new one in my drawer that a friend gave me because he didn't know how to use it. So I've actually got a brand new one of these with everything in but the swivels in its box and everything. And I'll keep that until this shits on me and I need to swap out my drill. Yeah, very difficult to find. But if you don't have one of these, just use a normal cordless drill. You don't have to use this setup that I'm using. It's just because that's what I've got. But you can just use a normal standard cordless drill if you want to. That's not a problem. It'll still do the same thing, and it'll probably move pretty fast as well, faster than this one. So with this one, this run, all the spacing is nice. Just going to give that just a little bit more of a tug. So the spacing is nice on all of it, which is what I want. Definitely to keep all those staggers nice and straight for the final wrap. And then I'm just going to leave a little bit at the edge. Nothing major, just going to leave it. Cut it flush. And it will spring back a bit. So there is going to be a bit of leeway in it, which is what I want. Obviously, as you start spacing stuff like that, it will move across. So yeah, true. That is scan. Yeah, it is. It is. So, Jeff, I'm building. There was a poll, so I am building a 5-core staggered fuse Clapton. So I'm using 26 gauge cores and 36 gauge for the staggered wrap, and then 36 for the final wrap as well. But yeah, I'm going to do that build, and then I've got some coils from Reggie's Coils that he sent over for me to try. So I will be using that as well. Where was that? Was that Nightbot? Where are we? So yeah, Lee, they were super convenient and everything. That's how I used to build my coils. Well, this is how I used to build my coils before. When this came out, I started using this, but it is very, very. It took the fun for me out of making coils the old way or the old school way. So hence why I use it this way and do everything by hand rather than using that thing that plods along at the end. But for somebody who's not that bothered and just wants to make a coil, yeah, they were extremely convenient. And back then, my signature coil that I always used to like vaping was just your ordinary fuse Clapton, 24 gauge with 36 gauge, sometimes 40 gauge, depending on my mood. So if I were using the Daedalus Pro, it was just a lot easier for me to do that. But like I say, it took the fun for me out of making coils. So I've got another little bit to do, which will make the 5-piece. So with these 2 long pieces, I will be cutting them in half. And then obviously I've got my 4 pieces, and then this will be my 5th piece, hence why it's a little bit shorter. But yeah, everybody keeping good. How, Jaff, how are you liking the Turnstone RS? How's that working out? Is it same like the Sparrow RS? Is it a lot better in flavour because you've got a more compressed chamber in there? I do actually want to get the RS, but probably the next couple of months I'm going to be stockpiling for making my own juice. Lee, you need a super smooth surface though. Yeah, definitely Lee. Clapton's, it was supreme. It was. Hence why I started using the Daedalus Pro kit, because it was easy just to make my Claptons, set it all up, set it all going, and just leave it five or so minutes, and I had some made Claptons. But I like to build this way, the old school way. I like to get my hands in. I like to do stuff myself rather than letting the machine do it all. Like I say, it took the fun out of making coils away from me. Hence why I started making them like this again, because this is how we used to make coils back in the day. Like this, swivels, thingies, drills, clamps hanging off desks and stuff, and thingy, your cordless drill, and all that. Yeah. So that's a bit loose, bit tighter. I want that, and that is too tight. There we are, bit of resistance in there. Everything's moving as it should. Swivels, that's good. And again, guys, what I'll do, that looks like a long enough piece there for me to use for the spacing. Or it should be a long enough piece. I will find out very shortly. So again, I'm just going to do exactly the same as I did with the other two. I'm going to lock it in, get a little bit of a Clapton going, do some loose spacing, get my spacing wire in there, and then just go for it. And like I say, it's a staggered fuse Clapton, so you just do it in all the, you do it in the same direction you're comfortable with. So if it's forward or backwards, just do it the way you like to do it. You don't have to change direction or anything, so you should be good. So let me just have a quick measurement of more or less how much I've got here. Yeah. So again, just going to take my staggered wire. I'm going to wrap it in front of that first stagger and then loop it again. Double loop like that. So I'm just going to do another wrap here because I've gone and wrapped stupid on this side. So I'm going to take a wrap off the left and I put an extra one on the right because I accidentally went in front of the staggered instead of the first and the second one. So let me get that locked in, get the weight going, and then get this going, and then we can get it all set up, get you all zoomed in for the final wrap. So Nightbot's doing its thing, guys. Just keep an eye on Nightbot. If you're liking the content so far and you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. So this is a bit awkward. There we are. I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to, again, just pull, just to make that nice. 90-degree angle, slight head toward your drill. You want those staggered pieces to be nice and straight for the final wrap. So if you get all your staggers nice and straight when it comes to the final wrap, depending on how many cores that you have, the wire should just fall into place. Similar to last week's build, that dual core fuse Clapton, I think last week's builds went way too quick. Everything just went to clockwork. So with the dual core staggered that I did last week, because I'd got my preparation right, I could do it right quick. The wire just fell into place. So just keeping an eye on the staggered, hence why I use these, what you can see in the camera. It just helps me see and keep everything, make sure everything's nice and consistent. So yeah, those spacings are perfect. You did see with the first one, so if you've just dropped in, just rewind to the first staggered that I did, and I just zoomed in looking at everything what I'm doing here. So I'm not holding my spool very, very tight. I want a bit of movement in these staggered for when I'm doing my final wrap. Obviously for runoff and stuff like that, because it will move slightly. So I'm just going to stop there. I will go on just a little bit because there will be a little bit of spring back. There we are. So that's my third small piece done. There we are. And that is that piece done there. So let me get rid of that now. Like I said, I can't really use these bits that I use me stagger in, so I'll just leave it there. So again, I'm just going to very carefully release this. So I've left a little bit of gap there. Like I say, that is just for runoff. So this is my smaller piece, just like that. There we are. So I've got my pieces just there like that. So what I want to do now is I'm just going to release this just so I've got a bit of room to do my little bits without dropping my Allen key, which I have. There we are. So I'm just going to move that out just while I get these prepared and stuff. So I just want to have a look how much staggered I've got here. So I've got about there. So I'd say about 30 centimeters just there. So we'll have less on these because I technically should have 60, which I know I won't have, which is fine. So the shorter piece I will use for my bit that I attach to my swivel. So again, I'm just going to very, very carefully, without irritating this too much, is just give this a quick measure. So yeah, about the same. So what I'm going to do is very, very carefully is I'm going to, with my long pieces, I'm going to cut the L off very close to the end, like that. And again, with the other long piece, I'm just going to cut the L off, like that. I'm going to quickly measure again, just so I can cut it dead center, or more or less dead center. So here I've got I've got 30, 40, 50, 52, 54. So I want about 27 should be in the middle. So being extremely careful, guys. I know it looks like I'm roughly doing this, but I'm not. So I want around about 27. So about there. So being very careful. Just don't run your hand down your strips as well. You just want to carefully touch them like that and hold them is what you need to do. And then again, I'm just going to do the same just here. So roughly I've got 50. So 50. Yeah, so roughly 50. So I want to be around about the 25 mark and very carefully do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put two pieces on one side of this core bit here. So that's my 5 pieces just there. Now I was going to say something and I've completely forgot what I was going to say. So you want to be very, very careful now. My middle piece is what I'll hook up to my swivel, and then I'll very carefully put them together. I'll look close obviously with this to make sure all the spacing is correct, and we'll go from there, guys. Like I say, last week's stream went completely quick. My first build I'd done, I think within an hour I'd done the first build. So I'm just going to very carefully, and it'll probably come back to me what I was going to say that I've completely forgotten about. But yeah, oh, that's what I was going to say. If you're doing one piece of staggered and you're cutting it in half so you can get two pieces like I have, when you cut it in the middle, don't fold one piece over. You want to keep them all the same length. So instead of folding it over, so you got your pieces like that, you just want to do it like that. Don't fold one over because then your spacing will go the opposite way. So let me get you just in a little bit there, closer. So I'm going to set up my drill again to get it in place and ready for me to mount these wires into the chuck. So that's locked down my drill. So I'm going to use an extra thick lens just so I can get a real close-up of the wire so I can see that they're all parallel and all the spacings are where they should be. Because then this is when also you can mess up how your wire falls into your spacing. So you've got to make sure that all those wires or all your staggered cores are all parallel and all the gaps are parallel with them. So I've got a double blade just here. So what I'm going to do is very carefully is I'm just going to, no, what I'm going to do is, first mistake, is I'm going to get my middle piece just like that. Then I'm going to add my pieces as I need it. And I'm not even going to do it that way as well because I'm just going to make it harder for myself. And if you're watching and wanting to do it yourself, I don't want to make it harder for you as well, me doing this way. So I'll start from the top. I'll take the top wire, just pinch it. Don't slide your hand, just pinch it. You don't want to disrupt those wraps. So second one, very carefully, I'm going to put next to it like that. Like I say, just touching. You're not running your finger down that wire. You're just attaching them together like that, being extremely careful. And like I say, don't run your finger down, move the wire. So I'm getting on to my fifth core just now. Like I say, don't run your fingers down. So just off camera, I'm just going to have a quick look. And I would say that is roundabout perfect. All lined up next to each other. All the spacing is perfect. So all I'm going to do now is just chop these all level. Like that. Being very careful in the process. So now I'm just going to very carefully. So as you can see what I'm doing here, I'm not running my hands down or anything. I'm just touching and then holding very tight. So let me take that lens off. So I'm going to very carefully apply this in here. I want them all together, as close together as possible. I want to get more or less that center wire in the center, or in that divot if I can, just to make sure everything's nice and center like that. And then I'm going to very, very carefully lock that in. So I want to make sure all those wires are locked in. Then I'm just going to turn it and let go. Like I say, I haven't run my finger down or anything. I just want to thingy. So you bind yours, do you, Aussie Cut? I think if I were just using my normal chuck here, I probably won't bind them. Because I'm using my flat chuck, I haven't bind them because it'll all clamp on them nicely. Excuse me. So I am going to use a straw, or I did have a straw here that I could use somewhere in my bag of tricks, just here. So I do have some straws here. So I'm just going to cut just a good sized piece of straw. Nice big thick piece there. And then after I've done that, I'm going to cut it straight down the middle like that so it's open. So it's just easier when I get to the end, I can just pull it off. Yeah. So you can do that, as Aussie Cook said, you can bind it like that. So all I'm doing is carefully just making sure all these are parallel. I'm not running my hand down, I'm moving my hand down, which is extremely important. So what I want to do obviously over here as well is I just want to trim some of these wires so my middle wire is sticking out like that. So my center wire is what I want sticking out further, because that's what I'm going to mount into my swivel. But I just want to keep these all parallel and next to each other, which is what I want to do there. And then with my straw, very carefully, I'm just going to slide that straw on there like that. So let me attach my middle wire to the swivel. So I'm only mounting my middle wire of my staggered is all I'm mounting to my swivel. And the rest around it, I'm just letting hang loose, hence why I've got a straw bit just there. So I want to pull this, I don't want this completely tight. I definitely want some leeway in there. Definitely want some flex in that wire, which is like that. Flex in the wire, just like that. That's how you want it. Nice bit of flex in there. I will just move this slightly. So yeah, a bit of flex in there. Yeah, definitely. There's different ways of doing it. This, like I say, this is just my method that works for me. But I have tried different methods And if you've watched me before, you know I'm no thing. I do like to use binding methods, and I do like to use hot glue and stuff like that. So let me have a quick look. So in this situation, some nylon pliers will come in handy. Now, if I start calling these ceramic tweezers, just ignore me. I'm an idiot. They are nylon pliers. I did do that a couple of streams back where I kept on saying ceramic tweezers for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, I did. So let me get you in nice and close so you can see these staggered parts just here like that, and get some manual focus going on just so you can see the stagger a lot better. So there's roughly, I can't get it bang on accurate with the with the with the camera. So we'll go from there and see. So let these bits flap about, because all I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a few wraps, then stopping, doing a few wraps and then stopping, using my ceramic, not ceramic, you see I'm starting it again, my nylon tweezers, just to give it a quick flatten while I'm doing it. So let's have another drink. Cheers, guys. Hope you can still hear me and stuff like that. I'm just going to move that along just slightly, just so it's not hanging. Have a vape. Right, let's get on with the final wrapping. So let me see if I can get my wire mounted in there. So depending on how well I've done here, I might be able to just poke it through one of those staggered. Or I'm going to try and maybe point it at me so I can see a lot better. Come on. So there we are. I am through. Just there like that. So I'm just going to manually wrap a couple of wraps. Hopefully getting stuff in place like that. So it all gonna depend on your angle as well. You need to make sure that your angle is perfect. So I am going to just manually wrap this a couple of times. So this is when things might get a little bit weird, where I will manually wrap and drill wrap as well. So when you drill wrapping, soon as you see anything overlapping or anything like that, just go in there with your nylon pliers and just give it a little bit of a pinch like that, and it'll straighten your wire out ready for your wraps going on. Now this is a slow process, so you have to take your time. You can't just go at it like a bat out of hell. So as you can see, I'm not going too fast. I'm just going a nice steady speed. Soon as I start seeing it overlapping a bit, nylon tweezers or nylon pliers, give it a little press and then carry on. So this will also, as you go in, will also let you know whether you got your spacing correctly and all that. Which I definitely have got my spacing correct. Because it seems to be just falling into place. Now if you overlap, don't worry, nothing you can do, just carry on. And then if you have to do a few turns by hand, just do that. And I'm not holding my spool very tight, I'm just holding it nicely, just so those can slot into place. So as you can see, I can go a little bit fast. Gaming Vapor, nice for joining. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. I appreciate you joining, my brother. That's not a problem. We are all busy. So I do have a little bit of overlap just there. I just want to make sure that that is doing what it should do. So I'm just going to do a couple of wraps by hand. Sometimes it's easier just doing it by hand as well. Like I say, take your time. It's not a race. So like me, don't be stupid. There we are. And get everything nicely in place. So I have messed up just slightly, but just give that a nice press as well. And just, if you've got some bits that you've overlapped on, just do it by hand until you get to your straight wire again. get going like that. So very, very slowly, I'm going to just do a few wraps. And then give it a little press like that. Keep everything nice and straight, and it'll also straighten up your wire just slightly. Going forward, it'll get it all nice and ready for you. Hence why I just do a couple of wraps. About 2 or 3 wraps or so. And then give it a pinch. Like that. And then again, just do a couple of more wraps. And like I say, don't hold your spool too tight. Just hold it nice and slack. You just want those wires to fall into place there. And it's all about angle as well. You've got to have your angle right. And I looks if I've got some imperfections coming up just here. I don't know if you can see it just there. I don't know what caused that. Hopefully it's not going to be an issue. Or I'm hoping it isn't, but when I get to there, I might do it by hand. And it's all about that angle. So if you mess up, just do it by hand. That's not a problem. Get going again. So I'm just going to stop there. So I do have a bit of a imperfection just there. And I don't know why, but let's see if I can get round it just by doing it by hand. Make sure your angle's nice, which it is. But I am, like I say, doing this bit by hand. I just want to get past this bit of an imperfection here. So that's part of the imperfection, just there. So there is going to be a slight imperfection. That might have been from manhandling it a bit too much. That's why I said when you're bringing them all together, just be extremely careful. I just want to get past this imperfection. There's going to be an imperfection here no matter what. So now that I've got past that little bit of an imperfection there, I can carry on. Being very, very careful in the process. Like that. Can I get you guys in a little bit closer there? Does that help? So that just helps just slightly with your view. Just there. So just do, like I say, a few wraps. And then when you see a little bit of buckling or anything just there like that, just straighten it out. Like that. It's one of the reasons why I just do a couple of wraps. And why I don't hold my spool. I don't want to hold it too tight, but I don't want to hold it too soft to the point where this happens. So you want to be at a sort of a medium-ish weight on your feeding wire, just like that. Just so everything slots into place. And then again, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a pinch. And then do a few more wraps. Making sure that your angle is correct as well. So I'm just going to do that bit by hand. Like that. And my angle is wrong. So like I say, don't get too cocky like I am and trying to rush it. There's no point in rushing it. So take your time. Let me get that seated like that there. So like I say, take your time. It's one of those builds you have to take your time. You can't rush it. So Gaming Vapor, I'm making a 5-core staggered fuse Clapton. Using 26 gauge cores and 36 gauge outer wrap. Is what I'm doing, or what I'm trying to do, and not make a complete pig's ear of it. but for some reason my angle is wrong. Just got to make sure that your angle is right, or try and keep your angle the same, and try not to go back on yourself. But like I say, at least it's not an alien, because if you mess up with an alien, you can't reverse back on yourself. And at least with this one, you can reverse back on yourself. So gaming vapor, the higher the number, the thinner the wire. So 32 gauge will be thinner than 30 gauge. So the lower the number, the thicker the wire. Higher the number, the wire starts getting a lot thinner. I hope that helps. So I will just move you across a little bit. Let me get that in there. Yeah, true. How's it going, Birdie? Thanks for joining, my brother. Where are we? Come on. Let's get this. There we are. That's a little bit better. Thanks for joining, Birdie. Hope you're keeping well. Hope everything is good, my brother. So again, just get your angle perfect and then get going. Like I say, no rush. There's no need to rush. Just take your time. It's better to just take your time. Let your wire feed and just slot into those grooves. Stop every now and then. Give it a little squeeze with your nylon pliers, keeping it nice and straight. And then also it straightens your wire, a little bit of wire going forward. Good to see you all chatting away. So again, get your angle right. If you don't get your angle right, it won't fall in nicely. There we are. So do a few wraps like I said. And then once you start seeing it just fold over slightly, just go in there with your nylon pliers and give it a little flatten up like that. Oh wow, Gaming Vapor. Yeah, hoping for a good result for your mum. Fingers crossed, my brother. Wow. Yeah, fingers crossed, my brother. Send you love, brother. So again, if you mess up, just correct it, go back. Like I say, it's not an alien, so you can go back on yourself and correct. So do a few, give it a little squeeze, like that, keeping everything nice. Sorry if I'm missing any of your chats, guys. I just want to concentrate on this. So just chat away amongst yourselves. I appreciate you all that's here. Appreciate each and every one of you. So there we are. Got another few wraps done. Give it a little press like that. Give it a press, just like that. Like that. And then carry on again. Once you get your angle right again, or my angle right again. And again. Where are we? So move that over. Alright, so thanks, Alex. So again, I'm just going to wind this by hand a couple of turns. There is going to be bits where you will have to manually turn. Just give that a flatten down. Have a look at there we are. And again. Get going again. I'm just going to do a few wraps by hand just to get me going again. This takes time and a little bit of skill. Not that I have skill, but yeah, with a little bit of skill, should get going. Now that doesn't look right. Now, what have I done just there? So, as you can see, I have messed up just there, or is it the colour of it? Could be the colour of the angle. It looks like I've messed up there, but it looks like I've gone diagonal while wrapping on myself, so I don't get how that's done. But this is a coil for me. I'm not selling them. But yeah, there's definitely an imperfection there. So let me get going again. So let me get up there again and give it a little bit of a press. Like that. And again. Just get going nice and slowly. Do a few wraps. And then once you've done a couple of wraps, give it a little pinch. Again. So this is time consuming, guys. I know that. But yeah. Definitely a difficult build to do. Oh, at point three, the rod. Oh, you're talking about now a DNA device. I would love to get. It's just that I don't know much about them. And if I was to get a DNA device, I would prefer it in a lipo version. I mean, I could get one in a battery configuration, but I would actually like one in a lipo. But I've never used lipos, and I'll probably need a separate charger if the board doesn't have a balance charger on it. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I've never used a DNA device, but it is something I do want to eventually get. All right, give that a little pump. I appreciate that, Alex. Is it a load better? Yeah. Yeah. So this is what I get confused. Obviously, I know about lipos, like with any other batteries, whether it's 18650s or stuff like that. It's always better to charge them externally. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat as well as carry on with the build. Tim No Zebras, thanks for joining, my brother. Welcome. John McClintock, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. You've got some stuff going on you at the moment, John. Are you having a clear out? Because I've seen you post a lot of things for sale. I wish I had the money, my brother, otherwise I'd bite your hand off with some of the stuff you've got on there. Come on, Faz. Very carefully. So the build's looking good, but it's taking some time. There we are. And again, as soon as I start going fast, I mess up. So I'm just going to do this by hand. I am going to give this another pinch just to straighten it all up again. Make sure that falls into there, like so. You're just trimming the collection. Wow. Like I say, if I had the money, my brother, I would snap your hand off with a few things you've got on there. Right, come on. Try not to mess up, Faz. There we are. So now, I'm going to give that just a little pinch. I'm just going to grab this wire here and I'm just going to run my nail down it just to straighten it out a little bit more. It should make it easier to get going again. I have got there we are, and there we are. There we are. So do a couple of wraps. Give it a pinch. Sorry if I'm messing up the camera, guys. Or knocking the camera, should I say. Just gonna get it going with right. So I'm messing up even more. There we are. Get that. There we are. So I'm trying to get this back on track. So I'm just going to do a couple of turns by hand. I've got to make sure that there's plenty of gap in there for it. There we are. And then give it a pinch. Like that. So I appreciate you. I'm just going to have a quick little beer and break, like that, and adjust you a bit more, just there. There we are. Have another little drink. Cheers, guys. Hope you've got something. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Aussie Cup. It is a challenge, but if I'm assuming if I was going really fast, I'd have some major issues. But yeah, that's why I'm only doing a couple of turns at a time, giving it a crimp with my nylon tweezers, and just going from there. And just got to take your time. Like I say, there's no rush. And then you'll get a groove going, and then you'll have to stop. But these nylon pliers are a lifesaver as well. They do help a lot. Yeah, they do help a lot, these nylon pliers. They definitely do come in handy. Just to keep everything nice. I mean, you can use normal pliers if you wish to do so. It'll just not make your coil look as nice than using something soft to flatten everything down with. Yeah. It probably would be, yes, Lee Swetnam. A hand-operated drill is an option for this, and probably the best option actually for doing this. Hence why I will do a few bits by hand when I can, and just go on for a little bit of a while. But yeah, a hand-operated drill would actually be perfect for this build. Definitely. Just more control. Yeah, that'd be good. I think if I had the money, I'd have a proper setup with a foot operated drill and all that. Proper swivel and rail setup. I'd love to have. So I'm just going to flatten this out again. Oh, is that why? Oh, nice one. I'm just going to do this by hand here. I think I have created an imperfection further up, so that's going to be interesting. It is going to be very interesting. So all right, Lexi, calm down. So I'm sorry for missing any comments. Mohawks, wow. That will be hopefully a build that I start learning and doing. I'd love to learn how to do a Mohawk alien. Just so don't worry at the moment if it doesn't look great. There is a way of sorting that out at the end. Obviously by rolling it, or in my case, I'll probably use my pasta machine just to get it back to where it was. So let me get my angle back to how it was. There we are. And again, just give it a little pinch just to keep them going. I will move you across, guys. Ohms coils, yeah. Hopefully I'll get round to trying some of these coils. I do have some today, Reggie's coils. that sent me some coils over to try, which will be this second segment. But yeah, let's carry on. Get the angle correct. So again, just do a few wraps and pinch. Do a few more wraps and then pinch again. So appreciate all of you that are here and are still here. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate all of you. And we're getting there. Slowly but surely we're getting there. So another little pinch. So move back if you make a mistake. And then if you have some weird bits, just give it a little bit of a tug once you wrap it over. And that should help. And just carry on. Keeping an eye, making sure everything's falling the way it should. And then once you've done a couple of wraps again, give it a good pinch to flatten it all out. And like I say, just carry on. Get wrapping. And when if you see a little bit of overlap or collapse, just stop, give it a little pinch, and it should all go back together like so. So I'm sorry guys if I'm missing any comments or anything. I know you guys are talking in the comments. That's good. Appreciate that. Love it when everybody is getting along. And again, just correct what you need to correct. And then, like I say, when you need a pinch, give it a pinch. So again, a few wraps. Give it a good squeeze. Just to get everything nice and straight again, ready for you to carry on. So do a few wraps. And like I say, when you start seeing a little bit of overlap or turning like that, just give it a little bit of a pinch like that. Hence why I've only mounted the middle wire and let the other wire just stay loose. There we are. Get it going again, little pinch. Like that. And then carry on again. So like I say, at this point, don't worry about it not looking sort of like all nice and in line and stuff. It's not going to until you obviously stop and flatten out the build, which is what you'll have to do, is you'll have to flatten it out or roll it just to make sure everything's flat and everything and as it should be. And why I like to have plenty of flex as well in my swivel and how tight I've got everything. Like that. So again, I'll move you over a bit so you can see what I'm doing. There we are. Let's have a vape. Let's have a 2 on the Well, I was going to have a 2 until I nearly lost my spool. So I'm going to have a 2 on the OG Dead Rabbit and the Saga Mini. Nice. Oh, nice one. And again. I've just dropped my spool, which is not what I wanted to do and not very clever. So let's see if I can wind this wire without messing it up. So just off camera, I've just dropped my spool and it's untangled on me. So I'm just getting it back to where it was. Luckily enough, it hasn't overlapped or creased in any way. So that is good for me. Tim MZ. Right, and I am back to where I was with my wire now that I've catched it. So I'm just going to like that. Again, just give it a little pinch just to straighten it out. Get going again. And then I've messed up again. So you're going to mess up. It's just the way it goes. It's just how you recover from that screw up. There we are, and carry on. So I am going to have inconsistencies in this coil, but like I say, it's me that is vaping it, nobody else. I'm not selling these coils. So for me, this should be all right to vape. Let's see if I can get that out a bit. Trying to keep everything in focus, guys. So if you mess up, just reverse like I'm doing here and correct it the best way you can. If you've got a little kink in there, just grab with your nails and pull down, and it should straighten that wire out a little bit for you. All right, and then I'm going to just give it a little bit of a pinch here, like that. Like that. try and get back on track. So apologise if I'm missing any of your comments, guys, but I do appreciate you all here. Pinch. And carry on. Sorry if I'm quiet, guys. I'm just trying to concentrate on this because it is a very awkward build, especially if you're doing a multi-core build of this sort of build, this staggered build. So it can go wrong very quick if you're not on the ball. And again, get your angle right. Stop there, do a few. So I'm more or less getting nearly to the end of this little section, or my shortest piece. So we'll get some more of this wrapped up and see where we end up. Just went back on myself just there. So again, I'm just going to grab this with my nails and just straighten it out slightly. Get these wraps done manually and then give it one of those pinches. There we are. And get going again. So this can be a very, very long build. I know we're 3 hours in now, or nearly 3 hours in now, so I appreciate you guys' patience and stuff like that. But yeah, this is a extremely complicated build. And we're round. Like that. Straighten everything out again. Get going. Angle better. And then get going again. Without backing up on yourself. And there's that one there. Fall that back into place, just there like that. As soon as I go quick, I mess up. So I'm just going to manually do these awkward parts just here. And then I'm going to give it another little pinch. We are more or less getting to the end of this wire. So thanks for being patient, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to zoom you out just here like this. Just so you can see this end bit. So the actual build, Birdman, is a 5-core staggered fuse Clapton is what I'm doing. So I've got 5 cores of 26 gauge staggered wrapped with 36 gauge and then fusing them all together with 36 gauge is what I'm currently doing. It's a build that I've struggled with for a bit, Birdie, a staggered build. But recently I've sort of been like hit and miss with me making them. So past couple of streams I haven't been too bad with them. But yeah, a bit of practice, and a couple of people have contacted me, whether it's through my lives or social media, asking me to do this build, and so I thought I'd have a go. I do have some Reggie's coils as well, some staggered fuse Claptons off him, which I will put on an RDA later on. But obviously I wanted to do a build as well. Get your angle right. There we are. So I'm trying to keep my angle right. Like I say, there is going to be imperfections in this build. Like I say, it's for myself. It's not... yeah, definitely a low resistance. But I'm a bit like you, Birdie, when it comes to stuff like that. I like stuff at low resistance. And as well as you, I do push my boundaries as well with certain stuff. But like I say, we'll see how it goes, see how they come up to. And then I'll decide then what I want to put it on to vape. So like I say, I am nearly getting to the end of this. And yeah, definitely. Some people are like that though, Birdie. Some people like that hot, toasty flavour, which I do. But I know you're on that sort of thing full time. where I just like a different variety of builds. Come on. Especially if you're using Mex, Birdie, you can only get, yeah, hotter the better. Especially if you're using Mex as well. You want something nice and low and punchy, whether it's single or series. I got to admit, yeah, I like it a bit punchy myself. Like I've always said, Birdie, I do consider you the Aussie Big Lou. Really miss Big Lou. I know he's done a couple of posts every now and then, but I really wish he would come back to YouTube. I used to love watching his reviews and stuff that he used to do. Yeah, he definitely is the OG. I probably would say that Big Lou is the one that got me into Mex big time. Big time. I think he was definitely my go-to reviewer for anything mech related. But yeah, I do miss him. Do miss him. Hey, aren't we all? Nothing wrong with being old. Birdie doesn't look old anyway. Birdie's a sexy motherfucker. Bogan got you into Mex. Yeah, it was round about that time where probably, yeah, all them sort of YouTube reviewers, Bogan being one of them, Big Lou being one of my favourites for mechs and stuff. But I even miss all the flipping old ones as well that I used to watch. Can't even remember off the top of my head. But I do miss quite a few people. I know, anybody remember Ruby Roo? Oh, what? Hey, it might be old in body, but at least we're young in heart. Nobody can ever take that away from you. As long as you're young at heart, who needs a flipping young body? I mean, it might be good for women and stuff, yeah. But some women like the older fella. So more or less getting to the end of this wire. I'm just seeing which has got, yeah, just the end of this wire. A few more wraps. You're still at 12 mentality. I think my wife would agree with you where the way I'm concerned. She'll probably agree with you and say I'm the same. But us men, we never grow up. We're always young and silly. So another couple more wraps and I'm more or less done with this build, guys. I know it's taken ages, but wow. Give that a little bit of more of a pinch just there. What's me runoffs here? So I should get a couple of more. Couple of more wraps. And about there, guys. Yeah. I've got to the end of my shortest wire. So I'm just going to cut that flush. Just there like that. Right, guys. Let's have a look here. So just a quick look at this. I will get you a better look of the coil, but as you can see, there's a few imperfections just there. Just there. So that's looking pretty nice just there. So let me just pull that straw just off there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flatten this where it's at the end here. So what I've just done is I've just flattened it just here. Come on, Henry. Come on, Henry, focus. There we are. Focus the best way. So it's just there is where it's finished. So I'm just going to very carefully give that a snip just there. Try not to lose all your cores. And then I'm going to chop it just there. What am I on? I'm on that. So come on. Come on, Henry. So there's a little close-up just there. So I'm just going to yeah, local shops are all like that at the moment. It's all disposable kits. And near where I live, they can get right abrupt with you with the way that you vape. Oh, well, nobody vapes like that no more. Nobody uses RDAs. Nobody uses RTAs anymore. Like, well, I do. I still use it. I still use them. I still use Max. So I'm just going to, by hand, just roughly straighten this out. So there's still a bit of a swirl on there. But that's not a problem. So what I'm going to do with this piece is I'm just going to give it a quick measure. So I've got 24. So I should be good for a couple of coils there. Right. So what I want to do is, as I've said before, it's not. If you wanted, you could just roll that and be happy. Come on, Henry. Why are you being so awkward? So you can, if you want. Come on, Henry. You can, if you want, just wrap it up like that and be done with it. Yeah. Exactly. It is, I'm afraid. It's sad. I mean, Birdman, how do you cope? Obviously, you're in Australia, and then do you lot don't you lot in Australia you need don't you need a prescription for nicotine? Still, don't you? So let me get this out. So to straighten this out and just to make it look a bit more pretty, you can just use something solid like a table or something, or a piece of metal or something, and then slowly roll over it just to make it a little bit more nicer. Just to make it a little bit more nicer. But what I'm going to do is, like I've done before, is I'm going to use my pasta machine. I'm going to run it through my pasta machine. Now, I know everybody doesn't have a pasta machine, but if you haven't, like I said, just get something solid, flat, table, worktop, and just run something not too heavy, but run something smooth over the top. Oh, so the prescription part's gone. Right. Yeah, there will be gaming vapor, always going to be a workaround. But it's only what we're going to be doing here in the UK in October. So, like I say, probably the next couple of, well, after next month, I won't be really buying anything vape related because I'm going to be stockpiling on VGPG, Nick, concentrates and one shots and stuff like that. So I'm going to try and get ahead of the game. Doing it. That is absolutely bloody stupid. How do they expect you to get something through a chemist and only have a choice of 3 flavors? That's absolutely bloody stupid. Scan, I've never mixed juice, and it's something I've avoided my whole journey from 2013. But obviously needs must now. True. That's true, Aussie Cook. There's going to be a way around it. It's like here in the probably with the TPD, they'll try and find a workaround. If not, like you say, it'll go black market. Which that way they're not going to be able to do fuck all. They're not going to be able to regulate that shit. Yeah, one shots gaming vapor are easy, but that's what I'll be doing. I'll be getting some one shots, but also I'll be getting different concentrates and messing around and making my own flavors. I think it's about time that I did that. I think it has to for you, doesn't it, Birdie? Oh my God. Yeah. Well, I'm getting help off other people where they're giving me advice and stuff on juices and where to get stuff. So hopefully, like I say, I will get better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously run this coil through my pasta maker, just very slowly. And all what that'll do is as well is it'll flatten it all out and make it all look consistent and nice. I mean, I have done this on another live where I've done it this way and it has made it a lot better. So I'm just making sure that it comes out the bottom and also being careful at the top, feeding as well. Obviously I want it to feed nice and straight. And that bit's coming out the bottom the way I want it to do. So just very slowly and consistently. And then as I'm going, I'm also turning it as well, because it will sort of like turn slightly. And then very carefully go through like that. And that's perfect. Right. So now that that's gone through, yeah, Scar and Darkstar definitely does some nice ones. So now that I've run that through, come on, Henry. So as you can see, that's looking a lot more better. Come on, Henry. There we are. So that's looking a lot better than it did. And that's just running it through that pasta maker. And as you can see, there's definitely imperfections in there. And there we are, looking all nice and pretty, which is what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure this again now that I've flattened it out. 24, so 12 will be in the center. So I'm going to cut dead in the center and we'll have 12 centimeters. Right. So, guys, I have no idea why my camera's messing up. Does that help? There we are. There's a better. So now it's through the pasta machine. It's looking a bit more neater and prettier and more consistent. So let me. Right. So the RDA that I'm probably going to want to put this in. Obviously, I'm going to need a big RDA, and I'll probably stick it in the turnstone because it's got nice wide nice wide post holes, and you can fit some nice coils in there. Where are we? Turnstone. So I have put this away, and it has been cleaned and everything. Ready, because obviously doing a build like this, you need something with big post holes that it'll fit in. So we'll be using the turnstone to put it in. So let me just quickly grab this, and I just want to double check that those legs will fit in those post holes. So as you can see there, so I'm just going to have, so yeah, they'll fit in there nicely. So I want to go for 3.5 mil. 3.5 mil diameter, around about the 4 or 5 wrap, and see where that comes out to. So 3.5. I'm just using my Coil Master coiling jig. Yeah, true. Nice to see you all talking, so that's good. So I want to try and get in, obviously, view of the camera. So I'm going to place it against my coiling jig and do my first wrap. Now your first wrap, like I always say, is always your most awkwardest wrap. So make sure you get that one in nice and tight. So 1, 2, and 3. And 4. So just to make sure that we've got plenty of room in there. So it should get away with a 5 wrap in there. So I am going to go just slightly more, and then I'm going to pull. I'm going to pull a wrap off a little bit on this side. There we are. So 5 wraps just there. And then on this side, I'm just going to bend it up like that. And then with my nylon pliers, I'm just going to use it just to bend back like that. Just to make all that nice and neat. And again, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. You do first wrap, second wrap, third wrap, or should I say fourth wrap because I can't count, and 5 wraps, just like that. And they will nicely fit in that turnstone. RDA. And again, just with my nylon pliers, I'm just going to bend it just so that they're parallel. So there we are, guys, some 5-core staggered fuse Claptons. Not the best. It is my first attempt at doing more than 4 cores. But like I say, this is me vaping them, nothing else. So there we are. Let's get these mounted in the RDA. Error, thanks for joining, my brother. Index the coil. What do you mean, Birdie? Index the coil? Or did you mean index? And the turnstone. So my opinion on the turnstone, I do actually like it. I actually really like it. I don't have many 30mm RDAs, to be fair, so I haven't got many to compare it with. But the two that I do have, which is pretty old school, obviously that's better. I haven't got anything like an Asgard or something to compare it to, but it's definitely a really nice, tasty, flavorful RDA for me anyway. Oh, index it with the legs. Oh, right. Right, Henry, are you going to play ball? Yeah, are you going to... There we are. So we've got our coils there. Let me undo these post holes. So flathead screws that are in the post holes. I haven't had too much of an issue with these in the RDA, but they do obviously give you good ones. Sorry if I'm missing comments, guys. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of a squeeze, but we should get them in there fine. So leg length, let's get these cut. So I do want to cut these. Anyway, to begin with, I want to cut these at 7mm. Watch your eyes. To begin with, I want to do them at 7mm. So guys, watch your eyes as well. So I'm just going to drop that in there and try and get that leg into that post just there. Definitely a tight squeeze. So yeah, I'm going to cut them down a bit more. So let's do 5 millimeters, because that is a bit high in there. And obviously I don't want them too high. I want them pretty low and near that airflow. And the width of the actual coil legs are definitely a tight squeeze. Is probably your maxed out leg length you can use. Like that. So let me just get that in. There is a bit of a squish in there, but hopefully it's not going to cause too many issues. So I've locked that in. So in this sort of situation, you might get hot legs. Obviously, just the way it's thinking. I'm trying to stay in line. I appreciate that, Scan. Yeah, it definitely is a massive beast. I appreciate it. I'm trying to stay in camera as well. So let's get these chopped up, or the legs chopped up where I want them. That hit something. I don't know what it hit. Mine's in the... Yeah, definitely. Hot legs attached to hot bodies, definitely. Yeah, Birdie, I will be checking that, no problem. I think a 3.5, I think a 4mm is quite all right in the turnstone. I think I've had a 4mm coil. But yeah, definitely will be checking that resistance, checking that top cap. Luckily enough for me, my smoke alarm is in the hallway. And my door is closed. So come on, coil leg. So I'm trying to stay in camera view, guys. I'm just having a few issues trying to get this leg in there. There we are. So definitely tricky to get those legs in. So like I say, these legs are more or less at the max width wise. Just going to see if I can just pop that in just slightly more with a little bit of help from, there we are, from that, and then get that in and locked in. So that's locked in. Let me do some jiggery pokery just here, getting everything where I want it, which is just over. If I stay in camera, sorry guys, I apologize, I was just out of camera there. And boom. And the same with that, I'm just going to adjust slightly. I just want it above that airflow. And same with that. And then obviously I want to move it over as well, just a little bit. There. So there's definitely some wonk on there. So you never know, phrasing might turn up when it comes to wicking. But yeah. So that is the coils mounted. Let me just go around and check all the post holes. That's nice and tight. That's nice and tight. That's nice and tight. .09. That sounds nice and toasty as well. So that's in there. So I'm just going to pull that off, zero out the mod. I'm going to put it on. Is this a new coil? Yes. So this is settling at a 0.05 is where it's settling at. So I know this mod will definitely fire down to that. It's just if it fluctuates below that. NI80. I want to actually try some NI90, to be fair. I know it's a lower resistance. So I'm going to start it at 35 watts just to get some power through them and get them glowing a bit. I will need some tweezers and my thingy. Cheers, guys. I will grab another drink in a bit. So, guys, let's have a bit of a toot. Similar resistance to stainless steel. Softer wire as well. Right, come on, Henry. I need you to focus on this good and proper. That's getting blurry. That's a bit better. But more stable than stainless steel. Well, I use NI80 and I'm slowly using different wires as I go along, i.e. ribbon. I've started using ribbon wire and I'm really good with it. So it'll be interesting to try some NI90. So let me get some power through these slowly. So I'm just going to slowly introduce some power to it. Forgive my hands, guys. I've been doing things around the house and stuff and in the garden, so My fingers are a bit beaten up. So there we are. So what we're doing is introducing some power, making sure there's no hot spots and stuff like that. So I'm getting a bit more power. I'm going to bump it up to 50 watts just to get a bit more colour in there. And there is a bit of colour there. Is Kidney Puncher even still going, Kidney Puncher? Are Kidney Puncher still doing wire? So I am going to strum it, but I'm not using the end of my pliers. I'm just going to give it a slight little strum at the top. Not doing too bad. Getting some heat in there, glowing nicely. Getting a few colours on there as well, some golds. So that definitely needs a bit more power. So I will bump it up 20 watts to 70 watts. There we are. Slowly getting there. So I am having some issues here. So I have pre-burnt it. So I will just undo it and see if it's lifted that resistance high a bit. It keeps jumping below 0.5. So it's cutting out. And just before I forget, I will put that on there. So yeah, plenty of room still in there, in that top cap. Just under, but yeah, definitely plenty of room in there with that top cap on. So that should be good. So that's back on. Is this a new coil? Yes. So we're still at the same resistance. There we are. That's looking a lot more better. Some nice colours there. And this is giving me high temperature, probably because of the coils. So I'm just going to let that cool down. I'm just going to go grab myself another drink, guys. I'm just going to have a quick break, let those coils cool down, and hopefully that'll have brought the resistance up just slightly. So I won't be long, guys. I'll just be a couple of minutes, go grab another drink, have a quick potty break, and we should be good. And I won't be long, guys.
minds, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. We twist, it gets more than a game. Call tight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The feedback in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
Just getting my mic sorted, guys.
Max or knives, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray.
Thanks, guys, for waiting. I appreciate it. You can still hear me, I hope. And everything. Bam. So, just move that away for a second. So, I've got another one from Vault City, a 4.5%. Lil Tropic. Modern Sour. It's another sour. So, Lil Tropic, I'm assuming taste, I don't know, like a lilt. What we have in the UK, I don't know if anybody else has lilt abroad. So yeah, definitely smells like a lilt. So I'm just going to give it a pour. So yeah, it smells like a lilt. What we have here in the UK, or a Fanta lilt. I think Fanta own lilt now. But yeah. Appreciate that, Error. So yeah, nice little colour there. Like I said, definitely smells like a lilt. So pineapple, tropical, stuff like that. So cheers, guys. Oh wow, I like that one. So it's definitely tastes like a lilt with a sour note to it. That is a tasty one. Let's have another vape. Right, let's get back to this. Yeah, Lilt is owned by Fanta, I think, now. So that resistance has not come up whatsoever. See how this goes anyway. So yeah, that resistance hasn't shifted. It's stayed where it is. That's looking nice. Getting them glowing just nicely. I am going to just give it a little pull on each side. We've got some nice colours there, some blues, some purples, some golds in there. So yeah, they're coming along nice. There is some hot spots in there. So I'm going to just bump that up a bit. So I am having some issues with this being too high a temperature. So it is taking a bit more time to sort out. And that resistance has not come up. Which is what I was hoping it to do, is for it to come up. So yeah, that is definitely hot. Let me just grab a different mod. I will probably end up having to put it on something, a triple battery mod. I know this mod fires down lower, I believe, so it might just help just a little bit, and it's regulated as well. And should be able to handle the power no problem. So that is working. Anyway, we'll find out pretty soon if that's not going to fire on there. I hope it does, but we'll just have to work with it until we get it to where we need it to be. So yeah, definitely fires on that. That's on the lowest setting. That's a lot better. Something that can actually handle the power. Yeah, too hot can destroy the coils, which you don't want to do, because obviously you can weld them together. So just take your time. And try not to create hot spots. There we are, that's a bit better. And this is on the lowest setting as well on this mod. So that's looking pretty good. There we are. So I do have a slight little hot spot in there, just where the leg is. There we are. There we are. So I am having a few issues with this leg. Definitely low and slow. I bet you have, Birdman, I bet you have. There we are, that's looking a lot better. Just let me pull that out a bit. There we are, that's looking a lot better. If I can keep in shot. I'm just trying to work these hot spots out just here, and they're looking a lot better. Is that on one of your stacked cooked Max Birdie. So they're looking pretty nice, slowly getting there. And they're looking nice. So that's flashing because obviously it's got hot, but it can handle the heat a little bit better. So I will just take that off. They should be good. They're heating up nice from the middle out. A 7-stack, wow. Is that one on your mod maker mod? What's it called now? I've completely forgot that mod maker mod. What's it called? So I'm definitely going to let that cool down. Revival, that's it. Is it the Revival you're talking about, the 7-stack? Beast, definitely a beast. I bet that's like putting a flipping shotgun in your mouth. So these have ohmed out at a 0.07, so 007. You've had coils coming loose after vaping them. Wow. Is that down to your post holes not being tight enough for error? Or they're just coming loose? So that's out at a 007. I will be running it on this mod. And just to be on the safe side as well, I will pop that top cap on and fire it. Oh, heat can work them loose. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me, to be fair. That's why I was a bit, right. Heat work them loose. But like I said, I don't think I've ever run into that situation. I don't think. So I'm just putting on this top cap just to see. Okay. Right. I think there's something touching there. Let me pop that down a bit. Which I think it might be that coil just there. Just lower it down. So seeing as that I've moved those coils about, I just want to check that everything's heating up as it should. So I will check it just once more. There we are. So I think there was just a bit of touching in there. And it's not touching now. I have moved that away a bit. At 60 amps. So this is a this is a triple battery mod. I mean, this one's on its lowest setting, and that's at 2.7 volts. Just there on the lowest setting. Right, let's get this wicked up. So I'm going to be using my normal Muji cotton. It's just my preferred at the moment that I like to use. I do actually want to try some forged cotton. I hear a lot of people say good things about forged cotton. So I do actually want to try some forged cotton. But like I say, I'm simple, so I like to just go with what works for me. And at the moment, Muji cotton is working for me. So I am going to want to peel that top and bottom layer off, just so I've got the fluffy stuff in the middle, like that. So I am going to pop that in half, and then I'm going to just slowly loosen these fibers up. And agitate them like that. Mind you, I'm surprised, Birdie, that you don't actually have one of those vaping stations, you know, that you plug into the wall. Have you ever seen one of those vaping stations? Or ever seen one of them? But the only problem is your mod and everything that you pre-make for that will have to obviously stay with that device. Maybe not the RDA, but definitely the mod. So I'm just agitating those fibers just like that. I want it nice and thin, like that. So I'm just going to very gently roll it up. I don't want the middle to be too dense, hence why I'm just lightly rolling this up. Yeah, basically a shisha, yeah. So I'm going to put a nice little point in there and hopefully get it through these coils. And that is just perfect. It's not too much in there. That is just perfect. Just a right amount of resistance in there. It still moves a bit. Hence why I did mostly the outside and not touch the inside. So the inside is nice and fluffy and soft. So I will put that away because that will be used for another coil. And then I'm just going to do exactly the same thing just here like that. Just going to pull some out, just agitate those fibers. I never used to do this, but I have seen other people do it on their lives and stuff like that, or on their videos, and it does work. I'd be lying if I said it didn't work. It just helps with that wicking and stuff like that. It does help, so I tend to do that now as well. So I want about the same, just want to agitate about the same and then pull it off. So I'd say about there. And again, just gently roll. Like I say, I'm touching the outsides. I don't really want to be touching the middle of the cotton. I just want to obviously keep the inside nice and fluffy. That's going through the coil is what I want, nice and fluffy duffy. And again, let's just pop that through there. Obviously being very careful. Come on, there we are. And that is through on this side. And same again, it's not too tight. There's got some resistance there. So I'm just going to pull that through. So I'm just going to trim these bits off that I have twisted. Don't want them on there. Don't forget, guys, use small scissors. And it's an RDA, so you can't really mess up an RDA. So I'm just going to fluff those ends out like that. Nothing special, just want to agitate those fibers at the end. And that will obviously help with the wicking and stuff like that. So I'm not filling it out, it's a big enough deck. Like that. Give it another little haircut each side. Where are we? And then tuck. Definitely. And then all I'm going to do is just very carefully just pop that in there like that. Perfect. And the same on this side, trying to stay in camera view. And again, just carefully pop the ends of that in there perfectly. And that's that. That's still nice and fluffy, which is what I want it, nice and fluffy. I want it out of the way of the deck. Perfect. Right, let me put that away. I'm not going to waste this cotton. Gaming Vapor, not a problem, my brother. I appreciate you here. Dipping in and out. I appreciate it. So that is all wicked up nice and fluffy with a straggler just there. Nice and fluffy. So, juice. Now I've had this juice for a bit. So yeah. So this juice here I've had for, say, a little while now. It's like a Victoria sponge that I've sort of been savouring. The flavour, really nice, tastes exactly like a Victoria sponge. Cakey, jammy, and also creamy. So give that a little shake. good old dripper bottle. So I'm just going to start off by saturating these wicks on the side just here. Get that going. Same on this side. Just get all that nicely soaked. And this wicks up really nicely. So I'm just going to introduce some to the coil. And there's that coil sucking it in without me even priming. So I'm going to give it a little squeeze just there, just to draw that juice in. There we are. And a bit more just there. And that has drunk some juice. And we've got some nice vapors there. Yeah, Era, there's plenty of people out there that do some really nice custom mods. Some really nice custom mods. So I'm just going to pop that top cap on there. Make sure everything's working as it should, which it is. Right, guys, let me just come back up to FaceTime. And we'll have a vape on this and talk about it a bit. There we are. There's my ugly mug. Again. There we are. So, that's taken quite some time just to do that build, but I'm glad that it happened, the mistakes that happened as well. So you know how to recover from it, because I messed up that second piece completely at the beginning, just because I didn't get that wrap right. But we got there in the end. 5-core staggered fuse Clapton, 26-36 gauge final wrap. I've got 5 wraps, 3.5mm ID, dual coil, ohming out at a 007. And it's firing. I have got it on the lowest setting, which is 2.7 volts. Let's have a little I've got the airflow fully open on the turnstone. This is the OG turnstone, not the RS version. So this is the 30mm version. Let's have a 2. That juice is excellent, but I definitely think that needs a bit more power. It's not hot enough. So let me bump it up to the middle setting, which I'm assuming is around about the 3 volt mark. What did I say the voltage was? The lowest setting on the voltage was 2.7 volts. So I've got it in between 2.7 and 3.2. So I'm assuming it's round about the 3 volt mark. I don't get what you mean, Birdie, reading what's left in the battery. There's 3 batteries in this mod. It's a 1888650. So have you calculated that about 128 watts? That could handle even some more power off that. So let me get it up to 3.2 volts. Oh, right, Birdman. Sorry. It's good to see you all chatting in the chat. So I do appreciate all of you that are here and have stayed here. So cheers, guys. It's definitely nice, like a lilt sour. Doesn't obviously go with Vicky Sponge, but yeah. And the mod's not warm. Yeah, batteries aren't warm. That's wicked nice. I mean, it's an RDA. You can't really get an RDA wrong. Strip some more juice in there. Straight down the center. Yeah, that's a lot better at 3.2 volts. Right where I want it to be. Now, I've got to admit that top cap is getting warm. I'm sure I've got a taller drip tip here somewhere. So taller drip tip will be thingy. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. Definitely safe. As well, if you're doing these builds, don't forget your battery safety as well. Battery safety is important, especially if you're using a mech as well. Know your Ohm's law and stuff like that. Don't be just putting any build on anything. You've got to know your device, what batteries, parallel, series, whether it's a mech mod, hybrid, non-mech mod. Battery safety is important, guys. So I put a slightly different, taller drip tip on there. Delicious. I've got to admit, staggered fuse Claptons is definitely up there with one of my favourites with Fralians. Staggered Fralians and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm loving these builds at the moment. So, that wicking and that juice that I'm using, I know exactly how it tastes. And it's tasting absolutely phenomenal in this. I'm finding that, Birdie, to be fair, there's a lot more crevices in there for juices to escape to. Now, I love an alien, definitely. Alien, Australian. But I've got to admit, the staggards are absolutely kicking it for me at the moment. Every note of that is absolutely superb. Superb. Right. Now, I'm going to do a little bit different. Like, we're on to the part from Reggie's Coils. So, big shout out to obviously Ian for sending them through. Big shout out to Aussie Cook as well, because Aussie Cook was talking to Ian about me, and Ian dropped me a message and said, look, send me your address, I'm going to send you some coils to try. So me, obviously, I was shocked, said, yeah, why not? I'll try some of your coils. So he sent me some coils down. Never look back. Yeah. No, definitely do appreciate Aussie Cook. Aussie Cook, you're one of my OGs that has supported my channel from the start and just putting in that good word for me. I do appreciate it, my brother. I definitely do. Now, obviously the coils, Reggie's coils. I've got quite a few here. So I'll probably get a few live streams out of these. Obviously, I've done a big, massive coil with these ones. And two of these, I've got two big, massive coils in there. Come on. Two massive coils in there. So I might even go for that 3-core 2.5 and build a borrow, or the borrow that I have. Obviously, is the Pulse AIO. I'm not going to be using the vessel that came with it. I'm going to use something different. Well, when I say using something different, I do have another bridge. Borrows aren't really my thing, hence why I haven't got many borrow devices. I just have this one. But I do have an SXK Mob Mini bridge, which I might build with that MTL coil and see how that goes. Because I haven't used my Mob Mini or my Mob Mini clone. Like I say, I'm not really big into borrowed devices, so I wasn't spending a lot of money back then on a bridge. And I did like the Mob bridge and everything, but obviously I didn't want to pay monarchy prices if I wasn't going to be something that I was going to like. So I'll just get rid of that V2 vessel at the moment. That's all ready. Let me swivel you round again. Like that. So I do have a SXK Mob Mini in here in gold that I do prefer to use. Like I say, it's not an authentic, so I'm sorry if that annoys you or bugs you that isn't an authentic. But like I say, I've got one device, which is the Pulse Mini, and one clone bridge, which is what I've got here. And that's all I've got, and that's all I've need, because I don't really see anything that I like, really, borrow-wise. Borrow's not really my speed, but not to say that I don't like to use borrowed devices. Yeah, they're nice, the hogs. Definitely the hogs. Yeah, you've got a good variety of stuff, Birdman, for definite. So let me have a quick look here. I do have an old coil in here. Let me just quickly take this coil out. I've got an OG hog, but it is a clone. So I'm just going to remove this coil that was in here. Try and stay in camera as well. I'll move that out as well because I tend to go off. Because I normally go off camera. So just move that off. That's an old coil. I just want to see which pin I've got in there. So I might go down one size pin. Which is that one. Which I think will work nice with this one. So I'll just swap this airflow pin out without breaking my tweezers in the process. So I am just going to quickly swap this pin out. Make sure that your insulator is still in there and you don't have a grim green moment where you lose your insulator. Sorry guys, I'm laughing because got my dogs here and they are snoring their heads off, which is really funny. You probably won't hear it, but yeah, definitely. So I'm trying to just get this pin in straight. So sorry about that, guys. So yeah, now I've got a completely different pin in there. That should work. Just slightly smaller pin. Wow. You've got some right nice pieces though, Birdie. I would kill to have your collection. So yeah, let's do some of these 3-core staggered fuse Claptons. So these are 330 gauge wrapped in 40 gauge, NI80, 2.5mm, 4 wraps, 0.33 to 0.37 ohms. So let's get that. I'm not using the big one this time around because I'm using the RDA that I probably would have put it in. Lovely. So I do need a 2.5mm rod. Just grab one of these small little coils. So if you didn't see before, let me show you these. Some little staggered fused Claptons just there. I don't think so, Error. Birdman's already adopted me and left me everything. I think I might have to get a DNA test because I think Birdman is my father. So all those mods and stuff would technically come directly to me. Yeah, I've asked you about your Beagle mod before, Birdman. That is definitely a nice bit of kit. That. How many is it? Is it one of so many? Is it? Yeah, 3 in the world. That is just some absolutely sick shit. That. I mean, just owning something that not many are about, or a one-off, or if you're luckily enough to own if you're luckily enough to get hold of prototypes as well, that's another good thing as well. If you ever get hold of prototypes from companies, that's always a good thing as well. It's like 1 in a million sort of situation. So I'm going to try and stay in camera. And then I'm just going to move that over there. So I am just going to get a bit of traction on there. And then just move that in there. Hell bloody yeah. So I'm just tightening down these post holes very gently. I want to get my coil where I want it to be, which is more or less center, just like that. Sorry, I keep going out of camera, guys. I apologize. So yeah, about there. Should be good. There we are. So let's get these leads snipped. And same on this side. Get it all nice and flush. Perfect. See if that... So that is touching slightly. So definitely want to get in there. There we are. And then same with this side. I'm just going to give it a little tuck under there, like so. And that's going over perfectly. So there it is. So that's a 4 wrap, 3 times 30 gauge wrapped in 40 gauge. So I'm just going to cancel, zero out my mod, like that. And then pop that on. Is this a new coil? Yes. So we're at a 0.13 just there. So I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to turn it right down. I don't want to be firing this too high. So about 10 watts I'll start at. And slowly introduce some heat. And try and get this a little bit better. There we are. A bit more centered. So just gonna slowly introduce some heat to this. Give it a little strum. Like that. Looking good. So let me swing up to 15 watts. So work it slowly. That's nice. There we are. Just give it a little bit more of a strum. Work those hot spots out. I am going to very carefully just pull the coil apart. Just give it a little tug. That's looking a lot better. So I'm just going to bump it up to 20 watts. And that's heating up nicely. With 1 or 2 hot spots in the middle and on the outside. There we are. All done. So. So I'm just going to let that cool down. Zero, cancel out my mod. Have another drink. And have another vape. Sorry guys, it's gone quiet. Just having a vape and re-dripping. Right. That's cooled down now, that little borrow device. So, final resistance is a 0.36, which is in the range where it would be, 0.33, 0.37. So we're at a 0.36, just there like that. Let's wick this up. So again, I'm going to be using my Muji cotton. And I want not too much, but a decent enough amount to work with. So I won't use all this that I've got here. I'll just use about that. I want to keep it nice and fluffy for this. So how many people think I might get some crackle out of this? Now, I'm not bothered about crackle, whether it has crackle or not. I know people get a real hard on for crackle. Need just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm just going to add a tidgy bit more to that. And again, I'm just going to pop that through. And that's nice and light. Just there, just how I want it. Top cap goes on. Like so. And that's on there. So I want to cut about there, cut about there, I will trim that off just slightly bit more. So about there. Give this side just a little fluff. And same on this side, just going to give it a little fluff out. Like so. Perfect. Now in this one I am going to be using, where are we? Just let me move some stuff out of the way. Sorry if I've missed any comments, I do apologize. I need to get my syringe nice and clear for this. So what I'm going to be putting in this is a little bit of my wife's juice, Lobotomy from Dark Star Vape Asylum. Really nice lemon sherbet juice. 50-50. Slightly higher milligram than I normally vape, but it's good for a nice little kick in there. So nothing's going to touch in there. Don't want it at 65 watts for definite. So I'll put it down to 20 watts. I'm just going to drop some juice in there just to prime up. So you can see. Like that, just to prime that coil. Right, so that's not a good sign. I've got a short somewhere. Which I think I have just sorted out. Good old Borrows, eh? And again, just having a quick check. And just going to wick these on the side as well. There we are, all primed. Not really any crackle there. So that is perfect for me. Do have a borrow for it as well, an Ultim borrow. So that's what I'm going to be using. So let me get this situated and in place into my borrow. There we are. That's in there like that. Just going to juice up that O-ring. So let's rummage around here. So sorry I'm out of camera, guys. I'm just trying to sort this out. So that's good. Let me get my glass on there. I'm just going to put it in here first, just to check that everything is working as it should. So I don't know how I'm going to react to this. I might cough. So this is telling me check atomizer. So I've definitely got a short somewhere. This is one of the reasons why I'm not much of a borrow fan. Is for this reason. So hence why I'm happy with just the one device. Yeah, still getting check atomizer there. So let me have another look at this. 30mm Voltroves, yeah. I would love to eventually get my hands on a Voltrove, just to add to my collection. So is it there? Just trying to do this without trying to mess anything up. Definitely no metal in there. Let's try again. Lexi, please don't do that. Right, let's try again. Sorry I'm out of camera, guys. Right, let's get this in. Like I say, one of the reasons why I'm not a big borrow fan, hence this sort of situation, hence why I've only got one borrow mod. It's just not my speed. I like a mech. I like a big mech. Well, not a big mech, but I do like my mechs, whether it's small or big. Oh, have we got connection? We've got connection. That's a bit better. So let's have a quick look here. Just put that on there. So so yeah, that is a bit of a strong one for me. Or strong juice for me. I don't normally vape at this milligram of juice. There we are. Yeah, wow. Wow. Excuse me. So, yeah. What's that? Wow. That is way too strong for me, that. Wow. Excuse me. Yeah, that is gonna that has ripped out my throat. Woo! Excuse me, guys. Oh. That juice has given me one hell of a nicotine rush, my wife's juice. Can't even bloody vape it really high either. 20 watts. See, I can't even take a flipping proper hit on it. I think it's because my wife, she vapes a higher milligram than me, and normally it's not that bad, but with that coil, it is terrible. It's kicking the back of my throat like I don't know what. Wow. Anyway, let's go to something I'm good at, which I'm obviously not good at. That needs juice. Let's get some juice on this. Look at me, I'm bloody sweating like a bloody pig in a mosque. It's the juice. It is the juice, Aussie Cup. definitely the juice. It's not the coils, so don't be thinking it's the coils. Definitely not the coils. I thought I'd try my wife's juice. What's going on here now? Something's catching somewhere. Let's try again. So yeah, Aussie Cook, it's definitely not the coil, it's the juice. So I vape a 3 milligram, where my wife, she vapes a 10 milligram. She vapes a 10 milligram. And normally it's not that bad, but normally I'm not using an MTL coil. But yeah, let me try again. Oh, that's not too bad. But I can definitely feel the kick on that. Definitely feel the kick. Maybe the juice wasn't the best idea to put in this. Definitely not. So I've completely messed up probably that build in there. I'm not getting it because some hits, they're all right, but some hits kicking my ass. Wow. What's going on with this now? That's a bit better. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to give up. I'm going to rewick it and put a different juice in this because I'm not giving this coil a good enough chance. And I thought using my wife's juice would be all right, but no. That's completely messed up my throat. So time to get sticky fingers. Listen, if I could afford it and you would let it go, I probably would snap your hand off. But unless I come into some money or I win the lottery, it's probably not going to happen. But you'll probably know when I win the lottery or if I win the lottery because I'll suddenly start buying right expensive stuff that I wouldn't normally buy. Hence why I like being a retro vapor because you can get some right old stuff for steals. Steals, but good stuff, even old good stuff, some still carry the value of what they were when they first came out. Right, so let me just take that out. So like I say, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to re-wick this, refire it, re-wick it, and put a completely different juice in it. Way too high. So I will bring you down for the rewick. Like I say, I don't want to. I want to be able to do this Oh, wow. So let me get this rewicked. And I'll put a different juice in there and I'll just quickly wipe out the tank. So I'm just thinning this out. We will get there eventually. There is going to be quite a few dangle clacks, as Nick would say. Just got to roll with it and hope for the best. So there we are. True. I'll second that. Hence one of the reasons why I do love a mech. Doesn't matter how old a mech is. If you can polish it up and get it all working, yeah, don't need anything else really. Or that's what I think anyway. You know, why I prefer a mech over a regulated mod is that simple fact that that chip will eventually fail. And just as a rule of thumb, I have grandkids. So probably by the time my grandkids are old, probably the mech mods that I've got now will still work, and probably most of my regulated probably won't work. But I don't use my regulated mods so often, so they probably would work actually after all that time because I do look after my stuff. But yeah, I'll second you on that, Birdie. All a mech needs is a good clean, and you're good to go. So there we are. That's rewicked with something a bit different in there. I'm just going to fluff that out like that. That's a lot better. I'll put some of this Vicky sponge in there. Right. Let's try again. If I get a short in this, I'm going to cry. I'm going to absolutely cry if there's a short in this. And that's in there like that. So, boom, there we are. Let's get that glass in there. Let's get that back in there. Where are we? Get our nut back in there. Yeah, Tim MZ, Easy Drippers. I want to know where I can get one of them, because they've just been re-released, aren't they, those Easy Drippers? And we definitely got power. Let's get a bit of juice in there. Should be good for now. Get a tissue. Right, let's try again with this. So different juice, not a high milligram juice. Still got some power there. Steel Valley Vapor. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Steel Valley Vapors. Let me just put that in my computer on one of my open pages. Steel Valley Vapors. There we are. So I've just opened up that, so that should be good. Right, let's try again. That tastes a lot better and not so much of a smacky in the throat. And I'm back. And I'm back. Right, so re-wicked. I've got a different juice in there. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Let me bump it up to 28 watts. That is a really nice coil, to be fair. I don't think I have put a coil on here that tastes as good as this coil. Yeah. That's weird, that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the coils that I make are nice and tasty, but when you're using a better quality wire, the flavour is like night and day. Simple as night and day. Yeah. To be fair, it tastes exactly the same as what this is. That's gone dry. Let's get that in there. You know those easy drippers? Does anybody know? Because I don't know. I think I was watching Nick's MTV. Are the bottles plastic or the glass? I'm assuming they're plastic because I'm supposing with glass people will probably drop it and break it, but nice one from Reggie's Coils. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to invest in some good wire as well. Because I know wire makes all the difference as well with your build. The better quality your wire is, obviously the better the flavour and stuff like that. But the flavour's more or less the same. It's more crisper and nicer in this. Wire Buddha. Never tried that or even heard of Wire Buddha, to be fair. I've heard of Wire Optima and obviously Twisted Messes and Kidney Punch and stuff like that. But that's something I'm going to have to actually try, Wire Buddha. Let me get another page open here so I can put in Wire Buddha. There we are, that's in there like that. Very nice. Definitely need a drink. Right, guys. Yeah, definitely. So a great one from Reggie's Coils. There is a comment pinned that'll take you straight to his Facebook page, but obviously you can Google Reggie's Coils on Facebook and give him a message. Outstanding coils, to be fair. Flavour is definitely good. Nice, really nice. So like I say, if you want to hit up Ian at Reggie's Coils, definitely give him a try. I'm liking this coil. I'll probably use another one next week. I'll use a different one in a different different live stream. Ouch. Yeah, so as Aussie Cook says, he normally just gives him a DM message. You can contact him there, but definitely a nice coil. It's only like when I tried those Steamcraft coils, some streams way back. The wire is definitely a big factor because the same thing with that as well. I'm not saying my coils are rubbish in any way. It's still good, get great flavour. But obviously professionally made coils, they use a slightly better wire or even a much better wire. So the flavour is just, it's more crisper, more flavour to the coils. Like I say, I can taste every note, and it's nice and clean. Cleaner than what it is on here, even though this is banging with flavour. So yeah, I'm getting all the flavour from this, but it's just a tad more sweeter. Yeah, tad more sweet. So the best way I can say is more crisper, more better in flavour. Definitely a great coil. So like I say, I do have more actually in here. So I will do it for another stream. I will use his coils in another stream. Just we'll build something up and try something different. Definitely for a borrow coil. It's definitely a nice one. So Reggie's coils, yeah, hit them up, give them a try. If you haven't already tried them as well. Aussie Cooker's tried him or uses him regularly as well. Hence why I got a heads up and I got some coils sent to me. So yeah, definitely give that a try. And today's build of the 5-core staggered fuse Clapton that was requested from the viewers is kicking ass. So we have been running for some time now, guys, so I am going to let this stream come to an end. So if you've enjoyed the content so far, please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Don't forget to hit that like button, comment, share, helps the channel out more than you think as well. If you wish to do so to buy me a coffee, there is a link in the description. You can do that. You're not obligated to do so. Just keeps me behind the camera and give you better content. So I'm here every week, 8 p.m. on a Tuesday, UK time. So I appreciate Birdie stopping because I don't know how late it is in Australia or how early it is in Australia. So I appreciate you dropping by, Birdie. I do appreciate it. Tim MZ, all of you, Gaming Vapor, Alex, Sander Vapor, Aussie Cook, all you good people. I appreciate all my regulars. I do love and appreciate you. So I will see you on the next one, guys. I will be here next week as normal. And we'll be doing something else. We'll be building a coil. We'll be having a drink and everything like that. And hopefully I'll see you there, guys. Keep your eyes open as well on social media. Instagram is my preferred platform. If you have any questions or need any help with anything, feel free to drop me a message and ask. And as well as other people as well in the comments, I'm sure if you need to ask them any questions, they'd be more than happy to thingy, especially mech mods and stuff. If you want a bit more deeper understanding to mech mods than I do, definitely hit up Birdie as well. I'm sure he won't mind. And like I say, I'll see you on the next one. I won't waffle on no more, guys. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you on the next one. Vape safe, love and respect, guys, and I will see you next week.